Derivatives trading involves substantial risk of loss and is not suitable for all investors. Past performance is not necessarily indicative of future results.
So stressful when the world's on fire. Good God. I can't look at this, guys. Like, my strategy is you buy it and you hope that you gotta get spotted. Yeah, but we all think you're crazy. You don't fight this. No way. The markets are freaking out and you don't think that anything is wrong? Come back tomorrow and I'll lose it all. Should be fun. Good morning, everyone. Well, I'll pull this in here. It is Monday. It's a holiday. I haven't checked to see if I have to go into work. This light is wrong. Oh, there we go. And I think we're going to do some programming today. So, let's just take a quick look at markets anyways. I was just looking at this chart and I was realizing that that little indicator is in the back and it needs to come to the front. And I forget how to make it come to the front. Maybe I do like properties move to front. Oh, I'm going to figure it out now. Well, anyways, E-mini down a little bit just in the morning session, but we're up from where we were last week. 10-year treasury up from, we moved down a little bit overnight, but now we're back to where we were. Treasuries continue to hold a very strong bid for no reason at all. Investors want them. I don't know what to say. We don't got any news or anything like that. Let's look at what we got coming up for the rest of the week, though. Let's see here. Tomorrow, Empire State Manufacturing Index, building permits, core PPI. That's probably about it, isn't it? I don't know. We got stuff on Friday. Flash services, flash manufacturing, couple of bed speakers. What about next week? Yeah, we're kind of getting into the later half of the work. Oh, we got preliminary GDP. Personal income, February 28th. Okay. Next week should be good. But this week, not so much. But don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We're going to do some programming, huh? Shall we? Let's, first off, let's start off by starting the text-to-speech. I love it. Okay, now let's figure out how to change what is on top. Ninja Trader on top. Indicator on top, maybe. This is from 2009. But now it's like move to top. Changing Z order. Right click on chart, select it. Move up. Okay, what? We go to properties. That's not right. Ninja Trader Z order. Probably one of you guys have already told me the answer here in chat, but it's not showing it yet. Hi, George. How are you? Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Now we're getting them. Where'd it go? Is it possible to change the Z order?
George says chillin'.
Cool. How do I set the Z order? Come on, I know. Uh, Working with objects on charts. You can change the Z order within each individual panel. Each chart object is assigned a Z order value. As a rule of thumb, there are many blah blah blah.
George says gonna try to figure out some other
Hold
funny
down
stuff I can get the bot to
shift.
say smiley face.
Oh, I'm sure you can come up with a lot of interesting different things, but oh yeah, where you were had the we showed you how to do the accent thing on Friday, didn't we? Shift and roll. Oh, first you have to click it. Shift.
George says yay.
George says test.
There you go. I got it. Okay. And I've got it because I made it 1. I made it Z order 1. We could maybe program that a little bit because what we need to do is oh geez, but I don't know how it works. It can read it, but I don't think that it can send messages, unfortunately. Oh, that's right. We need to do okay, so the first thing that we need to do is we need to do some Discord bot stuff. What was it that I wanted to do? It was Dino. That's right. All right.
Show me the volume says you think today is even worth trading with the low volume?
Absolutely not. We're going to do some programming. Well, actually, you know what? I take that back. Because of the risk of coronavirus, there is a possibility that we could see some crazy move. So we're going to sit here, we're going to keep the charts kind of in the background, and if we start hearing a bunch of clicks, then something's up and maybe it's worth trading. But otherwise, I would avoid it. Because, yeah, when you get a holiday like this, you're not going to get very good trading, and you're likely to just, you know, screw up your account, basically. But we can do some research and learn some things. Let's add it to here. Let's try it. All right.
Show me the volume says I was thinking the same thing. I have my DOMs up while doing work on another computer.
Yeah, it's just not going to be very good trading, fortunately. But I don't know. The thing is that the whole week might be difficult. Scroll down to modules and automod. Aha. Oh ho. Okay. I wish there was a way to ban a wild card. Well, let's see here. How do we do this? I need an example of the link that that he posts. All right. Words. Discord.gg. Oh, there's a bunch of banned words. Banned words will auto mute. Oh, look, we don't even need to do that. Wait. Oh, we didn't. We never updated that part. So, okay. Discord invites. Warn and auto mute. Delete, warn, auto mute. Oh, no, we won't. Yeah, no, we will. Auto mute time, 10 minutes. Enabled? Oh, what do we got to do to, Oh, I can disable it on certain channels. Cool. Okay. And then how do I get that to update? Let's see here. Oh, okay. It did it. Okay, so now we wait for them to come in at 11 o'clock and try and post their link and see if it deletes it. So that's fun. And we got that. And we got that. Okay, so. Oh, we never did Twitter. Okay, so I think that what we want to look at today. Oh, by the way, Bitcoin down big. Woo. Now, so what we're going to look at today is pivots for starters. Let's start with pivots. Let's do them on the ES. Shall we? ES, 1 minute. Candlestick plus plus. Yes. Yes. 5-minute bars. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. And we're going to add 2 indicators here. Price pivots is the indicator that we made. And these 2 distribution profiles. See if they work. They still work, or do we need to fix the indicator? It appears that we must fix the indicator. Okay, so do we get output? I see no output. Curious. Okay. Editor. The editor. So there's probably something wrong in price pivots. On pivot point confirmed. Right. Confirmed pivot point. New raise pivot point event. Raise pivot point event. Do I need to do it? Just reload the whole chart? No, but that doesn't do it. Okay, so we're going to have to set our stuff up here a little bit. Move that down like that. My face is just too big. That's the problem. Okay. Well, raise pivot point event handle. Raise the event. Okay. Minus the last price. Oh, okay. So I think that we're going to do right here, we're going to say print high. And see if it's even getting called. Okay. I'm just gonna. I could debug it this way, but I want to try a few print statements first, really quickly. Oh. Okay. Wait a moment. Turn on debug mode. I'm just really. Why is it not getting called? Raise pivot point events should be up in here, right? Raise pivot point event, new pivot point event, args current bar. It's all there. Why isn't it getting called? It must not be making it to. Must not be making it there. Yeah. What? Oops. I needed to wait for it to recompile. Okay. What? All right, folks. We're going to have to pull out the big guns. The big guns. Oh, my. Interesting. I'm just thinking here if there was anything that I missed. No, I don't think so. All right, let's start visuals. Let's kill our poor system's memory and open up Visual Studio. ZB looks like it's turning down. Oh, opened up in the different screen. Okay. So debug mode is already on. Debug. Attached to process. Ninja Trader. Solution Explorer. Indicators. All right, pivots. I watched yesterday. I watched Pan's Labyrinth, and now I have all Spanish stuck up in my head. All right. Raise pivot point event. Here. That should be called 5. Aha. Aha. Handler is null. So nothing has subscribed to it? That's curious. But why does that not print? That is weird. I think I'm going crazy. Look, it should have printed. I guess you can't print from here. It must be, I don't know. I'm not sure what the deal is. Visual tree has been changed, eh? That's so interesting. Was working at one time. What changed? So it seems to not be subscribing. Event handler on point. Public event handler on point confirmed. Now it's missing something. Seem to think something's missing. Handle pivot point. On pivot point component. No, there's something missing. We deleted something. What's the part that's missing? Sure. Handling and raising events. Okay, so here's an example. Event handler threshold reached. On threshold reached, event args E. Event handler equals on pivot point confirmed. Where do I create the event handler? Public event handler pivot point event args on pivot point confirmed. Why does the handler still know? You must find an event handler method in the event receiver. This method must match the signature of the delegate for the event you are handling. In the event handler, you perform the actions that are required when the event is raised, such as collecting user input after the user clicks a button to receive notifications when the event occurs. Your event handler method must subscribe to the event. The following example shows an event handler method named threshold reached that matches the signature for the event handler delegate. The method subscribes to the threshold reached event. That's not subscribing to it. That's not it. .NET allows subscribers to register for event notifications either statically or dynamically. Static event handlers are in effect for the entire life of the class whose events they handle. Dynamic event handlers are explicitly activated and deactivated during program execution, usually in response to some For instance, they could be used if event notifications are needed only under certain situations. So they're just saying that you can subscribe to it dynamically. What am I missing? So this line right here, what does it say? Event handler, use implicit type. Var handler. Pivot point event args. Where did I define that? Pivot point event args is an event args. Why does it want to reformat that? I know. I think it's just making a suggestion. That didn't do anything, right? Well, we can try that. I don't think that anything changed, though. Yeah. See this right here? We're going to have to fix the debugger. Stop debugging. Debug. Okay. Oh, come on. I hate it when it does this. Let's see here. How do I fix this? I detach and then I compile it. I think that what happened is because I recompiled things, it's created a new assembly and the debugger is not attaching to the assembly, and that's why I have to reattach. Doesn't always do that, but okay, now I've gotten. Okay. So there we go. Handler on pivot point. Oh. That, okay, so that explains that bit. Handler on pivot point confirmed. Public event handler on pivot point confirmed. I'm not instantiating it. In their example, how do they instantiate it? Public event event handler. Threshold reached. Oh, that's not right. Something's not right. Hmm. How to raise and consume events. It's been such a long time since I've had to do something like this, I forget all of the little parts. I'm missing a part, though. New counter. Classic counter. Threshold reached. Public event handler. Threshold reached. Okay, this is exactly what I want to do right here. Now, the one thing that I can see here is that their stuff is defined later down. You guys are also quiet, which says to me that you guys probably have no clue what we're talking about. So if you're lost, let me just get you back up to speed. What we're trying to do is every time there is a pivot point, I am trying to raise an event. So we're using C# event handling to do that, and it just is not working. Okay, so this is where we use it. So we don't care about that one. We care about this class counter. Threshold is an integer. Okay, that doesn't matter. Oh, that's where we create the args. That's right. So this line is kind of like this. New pivot point event args, current bar, pivot low price and the price. Okay, so there's three things that we pass into it. I have it defined up here. Three things we pass into it. I think that is correct. Oh. On theirs, they don't even have this bit right here. They just have the properties. Yeah, then it says there's no constructor like that. I don't think that we want to do it that way. I think we want a constructor. Mm-hmm. Wonder why they do it that way, though. Okay, well, let's just... Okay, sure. Let's just confirm that part. down in here when this gets called. Event handler, threshold reached, event args handler equals threshold reached, which is down here, which is an event. Public event handler, pivot point, event args on pivot point confirmed. Oh, wait a second. Oh, okay. Raise pivot point event. And that should be fine too. Really seems to me like it should be working, and I don't know why it would just all of a sudden stop. You know? Like it worked at one point. We made a change somewhere that broke it. Unfortunately, I haven't been tracking this in SVN to know where. Your breakpoint could not be inserted at this location. Okay. In this, they never. See, what happens here is here's the event, threshold reached, and then up here, they subscribe to it. Seed on threshold reached plus equals threshold reached. Similarly, similarly in here, price pivots on pivot confirmed plus equals handle pivot point. Maybe we need to debug that. Pivot points, height distribution profile. Okay. Price pivots on pivot points confirmed plus equals handle pivot point. Da, 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 da. Okay. But this is null. There must be something about NinjaTrader that prevents that from working. No subscribers. Because we just saw it sent to the event, right? Hmm. Now it's going to go through and do that for everything. Okay, hold on a second. Maybe we have to do it a certain way. Maybe we need to get the pivots on there. Did I have the man? The thing that weirds me out is that it worked at some point, right? Maybe I can't have this. Maybe. Oh, that's right, because you don't necessarily need to have that on there. Maybe. Aha. Wait a second. Okay. Price pivots. Continue. Hmm. 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 Okay. Oh. Oh, wait a second. I think I know what's going on here. I think that it is instantiating it, and then the on pivot points confirmed is happening before, like, I'm not attaching to it before it happens. Oh my gosh. But that should happen in configure. Hold
Connection
on. So this part right here, raise pivot point event. Well, we'll just put it here. Raise pivot point event. Yeah, that's there. Oh, but I already had the thing there, and I don't think that it. Ooh boy. Ooh boy. Okay. There's that. Okay. And then they're not hitting. They're not hitting. Wait. Hmm. Okay. Well, we've narrowed it down. We've narrowed it down, man. Why is that not getting called? Okay. So the reason that I was having problems before was that I had the price pivots indicator on the chart, but then my distribution profile also adds one onto the chart. And so when I was getting the debug points hit from before and I was all confused, it was because it was a completely different price pivots object. So now that I got rid of that, now I'm debugging through, and the thing that I'm discovering that's confusing me is that the code for the price pivots, the on bar update code for the price pivots, isn't even getting called. Isn't even getting called. So what is with that? Should we open up the default, the Ninja script generated code? Return price pivots of input, which does this. It does return something, right? I mean, otherwise it wouldn't be able to do that. But the question is, okay, so if we're creating one, how come our on bar update isn't getting called? So let's debug from there. Nothing happens. Why not? Why not? Why does this on bar update not get called? Okay. I don't even think that this thing even outputs like any like readable plots. Yeah. Doesn't add a plot. Doesn't add a plot at all. So maybe that's why.
Bot says good morning. What are we building?
Hey, John, I'm trying to fix our price pivots distribution profile thing. And I'm thinking, did we ever have a series in here? We got rid of something, and that's what broke it. We got rid of something. But what? Did we ever have a plot in there? Drawn price panel.
Bot says I ran into this in NT7.
You ran into this in NT7. Does the sub method not get called if there's no plot? There is a dated loaded method. Does that ever get called?
Bot says arrays we plot the pivots with don't show up like a plot just so you can't reference them.
Yeah. They don't show up like a plot. But it's not that you can't reference. So let me back up for a second and I'll show you what we're doing here. So this gets called. So here I create, here's my distribution profile indicator. So we're creating it. There's the price pivots. Or we're creating the indicator. I'll save it here and rebuild it and everything. And sometimes when you just explain something to other people, you figure it out, right? So, I think I have to stop debugging and reattach. Okay. So, here it creates the price pivots. All right. Okay, it's doing the dated loaded function, which probably doesn't need to do, but whatever. Makes it. Okay, cool. But you see, I have a breakpoint here on the on bar update. Never gets called. Never gets called. We added it to the series, but on bar updates never getting called. So do I need to explicitly call it? Price pivots dot on bar. I mean, I don't know what we have to pull something out of it. Zero. Var foo equals price pivots of 0. Does that do it? Oh. Yep. No. Okay. Since we know that all of that is happening, let's just get rid of that. Come back to here, get rid of that. Okay. What do we get at foo? What is in foo? Our foo is what?
Connection lost.
Foo is nothing, I think. Add watch. Foo does not exist because it doesn't return anything. Of course. Of course. So I'm thinking, what if we just add a plot? I think there might have been a plot at some point and we deleted it or something like that. You know what I mean? What else were we working on lately that we could steal the plot from? Oh, how about we do just open up the range histogram? Cool. Sure.
Bots says that may be the reason we plotted lines instead of rays in the NT7 version.
That would make sense. Okay, so here in price pivots, new brushes dot transparent. And then let's actually make it do something like when there's a pivot high, we'll make value of 0 equals 1. Value of 0 is -1. -1 for the pivot low. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Have it go back in here because again, I think that NinjaTrader is attached to a different DLL now, and that's probably why I don't get the debug. Okay. Oh, I don't even have the okay. Do I not even have? Oh, come off. One more time here. See, why is that? Source code is different from the original version. No. Don't save. Oh, did I do that in here and not in here? Sure. Okay. Value var foo equals price pivots of 0. Okay. That's what I wanted. Da 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 da. Wait. Did we not need that? And foo gives me 0. Sweet. And now, aha. 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 Oh, wait, why is this not auto? Well, whatever. Gosh dang it. Okay. That's it. There actually is a little bit of, there's kind of a strange distribution to this, because notice there's this strange outlier here at, what is it? 28? If we get 28 ticks in ES, well, it could be messed up, because how many days back do we actually have on here? We should load like a ton of days, right? Okay. It's still processing. Ta-da! Cool. All right. So you can see most pivots are between 8 and 12. Look at that. There is kind of this spot right here, though.
Bots says there was an item we used on the NT7 version that plotted a square wave to allow us to follow the change from uptrend to downtrend with the pivots.
Based on what? Like pivot high, or something like that? So I was saying, like, did we even need that? Let's just go back here and check.
Bots says HH and or LL.
Higher high or lower low. Okay. Well, this one just plots whether there's a pivot or not that you can use for a signal. So I'd say that's probably sufficient. Okay, so now we can get to doing the thing that we really wanted to do. Which is here in this.
Bots says confirmed pivot dots 1 equals 0, exposed, set to 0 at the first tick of each bar and then change below if a confirmed dot is detected. Confirmed pivot dots square wave 1 equals.
I think that we had a plot on here earlier and we like deleted it. Okay, so you said that there was some series. Oh yeah, in fact, here's a bunch of series. Confirm double low candidate, confirm dots plot, buy sell trend plot, buy sell square wave, double this.
Bot says equals confirmed pivot dots square wave 2, exposed, continue the square wave for now by making equal to previous bar's value and then change below if a confirmed dot is detected.
Okay. Well, let's not worry about that for now. We want to get the average, right? So, oh, here it is right here. Uncomment. Except for that needs to be. It's not browsable. I'm not sure that that's what we want. Hold on. Yeah. Browsable faults, XML ignore. We should do it. We should do it more like this. So right now it's just a double. You have like one single value that's getting spit out. We're gonna make it a series. Okay, so it is browsable false and XML ignore, but it should be. Well, should be this. Public series pivot rotation average ticks get return values of A1. And let us also pivot rotation average ticks. Standard deviation will be values of 2. And lastly, let's just create this one to say we'll just call it pivots. That's 0. Okay. Let's make this big. Interesting that. Oh, that's so interesting. So, do you see that kind of that strange little. You notice that it's unlike that a pivot is unlikely to be 10 ticks in the ES? We may be able to take advantage of that. I wonder though if we go a much larger data set, like if we go back like 2 years or something, if it'll. Well, why not? Why not? Why not? 720 days. Badoom. What you got for me? This will take a while. Probably I should turn off the debugging and the printing out the bar bit there so it's faster. Calculating. Is it take it a bit? So it basically has to determine every pivot point from the past 2 years and then figure out how wide they are. And then draw us the picture. Okay, well, it's working. Printing out all this stuff makes it take longer. I'm gonna take a nap. Now you guys tell me when it's done. There are some of them that are only 1 tick. I bet you that if we restricted it to regular trading hours, it would be a little bit different. Something's wrong because it shouldn't be doing that OI bit over and over again. Okay. It is. You are significantly less likely to get a pivot of 10 ticks and of 13 ticks. Well, not so much on the upside, but on the downside, 13 ticks. That's so weird. It also looks like there's a kind of a skew on the upside and the downside. Like, see here on the upside, you're much more likely to get an upside of 95 than you are a downside of 95. Quite a bit more likely. Oh wait, maybe it's right there. Yeah, there we go. Quite a bit more likely. Interesting.
Bot says can't see your graph.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Move it over here. So these are the positives and the negatives. Someone's head is in the way.
Bot says someone's head is in the way.
So I have it going by negative numbers. We could redo it and do the absolute value of them so that we were comparing. But these are like all of the up pivots and these are all the down pivots. So there are some numbers that appear to be like significantly more likely. You notice that they're even numbers. It's more likely to be a 38 tick than it is a 37 tick. Right? Things like that. And there's this right here, there's this 16. So like you're likely to get which one is that? 10? Yeah, that one's 10. So you get 9, you're significantly less likely to get 10. And then right there it trails off again after 13 until you get to the 16 tick one. See how the steps work? It's like every 4. And what's this one right here? 24. Significantly less likely to get a 24 tick downturn. So now that works. Oh, I know what we can do.
Bot says dn rotation equals previous last confirmed high, last confirmed low, dn sum total equals dn sum total plus dn rotation, dn count equals dn count plus 1.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the last one, and if so, yeah. Anyways, I might have them backwards. These ones might be the upwards, and these ones might be the downward ones. But at the moment, it doesn't really matter. I just want to get rid of all of the print statements. So we don't need this right here. This not needed. This not needed. Mm-hmm. Oh, somebody on Discord was asking about how can you tell if your results are accurate when you do a backtest? We could totally look at that later. Okay, so
Bot says try 30 days, not 700 days.
yeah, so let's change the data series back to 30 days. Okay, cool. Mm-hmm.
Bot says look at 30, 5, 10 days.
So here it actually like lists out to us the numbers, right?
Bot says to see if the numbers are getting larger or smaller.
Oh, well, yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there, John. So this is the distribution, but what I think you're interested in is if this peak right here, if it's like moving down or something like that. I think you're going to find that it's pretty, I mean, here's the thing. here's the thing that you might not realize is that this graph down here is on a logarithmic scale. So this one at -24, for instance, is there was 13 of them like that. And this one down here at 28, there was only 5. You see that? It's a logarithmic scale. So when they get over here, they're significantly more likely. So no matter what you're doing, you're significantly more likely to get a rotation of 8 to 12
Bot says
ticks.
example, if 30-day average is 8 ticks and 10-day average is 6 ticks and 5-day
It's not gonna
average is
happen.
9 ticks, volatility is increasing.
I mean, we'll show you the average and the standard deviation, but I'm just telling you right now, based off of what the graph is showing, that it's not going to change very much. It doesn't change, or rather, it doesn't change very much. If it did, then when we did our graph, you would see a much more gradual slope. Make sense? But we're going to set that up in here. What was I? Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. There was one other thing that I wanted to do. Here in this one, do I have the pivot point distribution time profile? Does that work? Does not. Da, 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 da. So that kind of confirms to us that you have to actually call the underlying indicator in some way, like that. Oh yeah, stop debugging too. That might make it a little faster. Ta-da! So when the average rotation is 10 minutes. Now this one, this one is different. This one is a little bit more gradual and flat. See? So this one, so knowing the duration of the average rotation, like what the average time of the rotations is going to be more useful to us than the average.
Bot says, can you convert
distance.
that 10 minutes to the number of bars?
What do you mean by to the number of bars? You want to run it on a different distribution? Like it's saying 2. It's saying 2 bars. And since I have 5-minute bars, it's 10 minutes. If that makes sense. If we changed it to, volume bars or something like that, then it would tell us the average volume between pivots. Oh, let's do that. Volume, 1,000 volume bars. Oh, really? 2 bars in volume for a pivot? And then 13. And then there's a steep drop off. I think that we should use a smaller.
Bot says we used to look at average number of ticks over however many days and the average number of bars between pivots.
Yeah. Average number of bars between pivots looks like a more useful metric, just because that doesn't change. That changes more often, it appears. Oh, so very interesting. This is giving us a very, but that it's probably different times of day. So if we limit it to CME US index futures regular trading hours. And we load in a good 180 days. Now let's see if we get any interesting data out.
Bots says and it would change based on what bar style you were using.
Yep, it changes based on what bar style you were using. Yeah, because so we're already doing that. I converted it for you. it's showing number of bars between pivots, and I just said, oh, it's 2, and since these are 5-minute bars, it's 10 minutes. But it is doing that. Did it finish? Wait a second. Because I got rid of that printing stuff out. Oh, no way. I didn't get rid of that printing stuff out. It's still loading the data. Because it's loading volume bars. Okay. Still does it, even on the regular trading session. That's 100 volume. Oh, it says it's still loading data too. Well, anyways, why doing it by volume might be more useful, but we'll see.
Bots says so how do we just get the results to print on the chart so you don't have to look at the graph?
Yeah, we'll do that now. I just wanted to make sure that wanted to figure out why the distribution profiles weren't working. I think that we need to add a new series. This is something that I haven't dealt with before. Like, we created like a value series, right? But I haven't created one where there's not a one-to-one relationship on the bars. Is it really still loading? Okay, while that's going, let's look at Rich's statistics here.
Bots says what volume setting did you choose for that chart you're testing?
100 volume. This was probably too granular. Should I change it back to 1,000? Okay, that's a good curve. Let's look at his stats. It's a profit factor of 1.6. That's okay.
Bots says oh man, on a contract that trades over 1 million volume a day?
All right. Well, on the few days that we were looking at it, it was too tight. So I was like, let's change it. Like, it was saying that it was two ticks of rotation. Anyways, we're doing see here? It was like 2 to 4 ticks of rotation. I think it's still loading it. I'm not quite sure. Anyways. Probability there is not. Overall probability isn't very good.
Masiak says hi can you tell what broker you used and what platform?
Yeah, so I'm using AMP Futures.
Bots says 30 days at 1.5 million a day on 100 volume bar is over 20 million bars to calculate.
Oh, you're right. You're right, John. Here, look at finished. It says that on average it's 1,000 volume for a rotation. That's, well, on 1,000 volume bar. Is that really how often it's drawing pivots? That doesn't seem right to me. But it looks like there's not much use in aggregating it by volume. Change it back to minute. We use, sure, 1 minute bar, 5 days to load. Okay. Anyways, so on these stats that he's showing me here, you see how probability is 0.77%? It's saying that the system's confidence that you will get that result again is low. And why does it think that? Because there are some really crazy winners. Right? So if there was a way to get rid of those outsized winners, and then it would maybe see it in a different way. That makes sense. There are a lot of parameters and half of them aren't working. Mm-hmm. Okay, so back to this. That's what we wanted. It's giving me the 2 minutes. That can't be right either. Time distribution, list profile, sort, handle pivot point. Huh. It looks like it's doing it right. I'm not quite sure. It looks like 8 minutes is a more average rotation, not 10. So we learned something by turning it down a little bit more. But it does look like there are a lot of times where it will create a new pivot every 2 minutes too. So that might be useful to us.
Masiak says, did you trade only on S&P 500?
Oh yeah, sorry, you asked me a question, Mac, and I didn't finish answering it. And so I use AMP futures, and I'm using NinjaTrader 8 and Jigsaw Day Trader to trade. Usually only use NinjaTrader 8 for the charts, and I do all my execution on Jigsaw Day Trader. I have a video on my channel. What is the best futures software
Rick D
trading
says,
platform?
hi, can you tell what broker you used and what platform?
Yeah. So again, AMP futures, and I'm using Jigsaw Day Trader and NinjaTrader 8. And I have a video about which platform you should use elsewhere on the channel. It's like one of the most popular videos on here, so you can check it out. And was there something else to that question? Do you trade only on S&P? I'm actually more specialized in bonds. But we've been investigating the E-mini, and what we're looking at stats wise right now is on the E-mini. Although maybe we change it to a different instrument later. Okay, so let's get back to where we were looking at now. Now that this all works, holy crap! Okay. Where should we do it? When we confirm a pivot, probably. Okay. I know what I need to do. I need to look up in the NinjaTrader. language reference. There was something.
Masiak says thank you. I just found you on YT.
Oh, hey, cool. YouTube recommended the video for you. Well, that's great. Well, welcome. We're just programming today
Rick
because
D says
slow
thanks.
market.
What does it all cost a month for data fees, software, etc.?
Okay. So,
Masiak says yes.
so for the data, it's $15 a month. Although I think that just increased to 20. The CME just did something, increased the data cost for everybody. And then on the for Jigsaw Day Trader, in order to enter orders directly onto the DOM, in order to do this, oops, wrong one. In order to actually enter orders on the DOM, you have to have their live license. That's like $50 a month. So those are my costs. I'd like to add a news squawk at some point, but we'll see. Okay. Anyways, what were we looking for in here? I think there was a thing that was like, what was it in multi time frames? Creating series T objects. Series of T is a base class for price series, time series, and volume series. Rather than using one of these predefined derived classes, you can create your own series collection to hold any type that you choose. The advantage that series T has over other collections is that it can be quickly initialized to contain a number of index slots equal to the number of bars in one of the bar's objects on the chart, with each index slot corresponding to a specific bar. Okay, so we don't need that. Probably don't need that, right? Private series of doubles. My empty index series. Initialize the series that have the same number of index slots as bars array. New series bars array 1. Well, maybe we'll still use that. What was it? Okay, right here. Public series double. Pivots. When we do it this way, we could probably go back and change our distribution profile things to be a little bit different if we want. But I wanted to do the distribution profiles to show events handling, which is kind of nice. Okay. Series of... I think that this should be a series of int. Pivot height. Public series of ints. Pivot width. Were they doing that one in an on and data loaded? Yeah. Okay. So here on this one, okay, so there are 3. The NinjaScript object used to create this series. The generic maximum bars look back. Or you can pass the bars in. This. So then can you go pivot height dot add? Count get type is value. No. No, you cannot. But you can go 0. Yeah, you can. So probably we don't want to use a series like that.
Duper's Delight says, what's up, room?
How's it going? So now I want to look at C# default array. Or wait, we can't. Can we add? I want to see the implementation of the
Winstanzamom
list.
says, good morning and hello. How is a new father of an Asher and are you getting any sleep? I have missed
There
you all
you
and have
are.
been oversleeping lately. For a
Oh.
retired person, time is not linear. Lol.
I was what it was like after the impeachment thing happened, he had disappeared, and I was like, where did she go? Is she unhappy about that?
Winstanzamom says, and you all know I will ask you to hit like.
Thank you. Yeah, the baby. Let me tell you about the baby. That kid will not leave my wife's titties alone. Oh my gosh. He just sucks on those boobs all day. And like the thing that's so dumb, I mean, they're like, well, of course he's an infant, he needs to eat, right? But what he'll do is he'll latch on and start eating and then fall asleep and not finish eating. And then if you take him off, you know, he gets hungry and gets upset.
Mom says, no, I would not take offense against you. Oh, he's taking all of your time on your wife's you know what's.
Well, I didn't mean that I thought you were offended at me, but just that you were unhappy about the whole situation or something. So yeah, he'll like fall asleep. He'll fall asleep while he's eating and then not finish eating. So that's kind of what's been going on with that. And he gets the hiccups a lot. So it's pretty funny. Okay, so I wanted to know what are they using underneath for the Microsoft list?
Winstanzamom says, has he smiled
list.
yet? The hiccups are cute.
Yeah. How to add remove. Clear. It is an array list. Dun, 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 dun. It's not guaranteed to be sorted. We don't really care. In deciding whether to use the list OT or array list class, both of which have similar functionality, list is better. If a value type is used for type T, the compiler generates an implementation. Okay. I think that we do want to use a list. So, list of ints. And then after the data is added, we'll make a new list of ints like that. Pivot width equals new list of ints. Okay, so the thing I want you to get out of that though is that when you're doing something like a list, especially like some sort of generic container object, you should probably go and do a little bit of research to make sure that you're using the correct data structure that is going to be the most efficient. In this case, because we're going to iterate over the whole thing, I think an array list should be sufficient. So, now one thing I'm wondering is when we draw these pivot highs dot push R. So if I do the last pivot low, then I should get what the price was from that, right? So compute width and height. Okay, so
Winstanza Mom says I have been listening to Paul Krugman talk about the economy. Do you know this economist? He
oh
has
my
a good
gosh,
sense for history and explains economic history well. Nobel Prize winner, professor at MIT Yale.
yeah, he's the worst economist ever. No, he's not the worst economist ever. But the problem with Paul Krugman is that he has essentially used his what is the word? Let me gather my words here. He's used his area of study, economics, and he pushes it well past what economics can actually do in order to become
Bot
a political
says I
hack.
don't understand your width and height reference.
So the height is going to be how high between the pivots, and the width is going to be how much time between the pivots, how many bars. Anyways, so Paul Krugman writes all sorts of stupid crap all the time that he can't back up. And they say, well, he's an economist. But it's so, like, for instance, Paul Krugman said, if Donald Trump wins, you should sell everything. You should sell everything because the economy is going to crash. And he was dead wrong. That just being that wrong about something of that nature, like, really invalidates a lot of things that he says, right? But you just got to remember, Paul Krugman, yeah, he's an economist. He did win a Nobel Prize for economics. And there are certain things that he will talk about that you can gain some insight from. I follow him on Twitter. But he is a political hack at this point. Like, he's straight up a political hack. A lot of economists are political hacks. Okay, like, you got to remember that economics is supposed to be a science, but there's a little bit limited on the type of science that you can do. Anyways, yeah, Paul Krugman's, I'm not a huge fan of him. But every time that he tweets something, we look at it and we're like, oh, is he right or wrong, or is he talking out his butt? Anyways, okay, so pivot height time dot.
Winstanza Mom says got it, not a huge fan, lol.
Oh. Okay, I don't know what we were doing. Pivot high time, or let's do pivot high price minus pivot lows of now what are the lows? Lows are a stack, right? Right. But we don't want to pop it. We just want to do dot peak, right? Peak will show us the last one. So here again, the data structures matter, right? Pivot lows is in a queue of sorts that will give me the last one that we stuck in. So this pivot lows dot peak will allow me to peek at the last pivot low that we put in.
Duper's Delight says Peter Schiff is full of Schiff.
Here's another one that, my gosh. Well, that guy is different. He says a bunch of stupid crap because he wants to self-promote, right? I don't know. Sometimes people will say, like, really dramatic things on TV that don't happen, you know? Pivot lows not peak dot. That's right. Because it's array. Now I want to know, though, when we do this, r dot start anchor
Winstanza Mom says I saw a title on one of your videos and I do have to play catch up later, and on your video you mentioned that speculator Seth may have fainted passed out during a delivery?
Yeah, I
Oh,
did.
Seth, that's classic.
I did. Well, they were cutting her, man. That's my defense. No, I have a really sensitive valgus nerve. So, like if I've not adequately hydrated and things like that, drawing my blood or whatever can make me faint. And
Winstanza
it's
Mom
happened a
says
number
Duper's
of
delight,
times.
and do you smile when you lie? Body language 101.
So I have to, like, when I get my blood drawn every 6 months because they test it, because of my ulcerative colitis, they, you know, I always make sure that I've had some food and that I'm adequately hydrated. And when we were in the delivery room, it had been a long time, and it was like 3 o'clock at night, and I hadn't eaten in many hours at that point, like 7 hours or something. So I was a little hungry and dehydrated. And then, it's all getting like pretty crazy. And the doctor's cutting her. And at some point, I passed out. Because that's the last thing that I remember. So that must have been what, did it. Anyways, so I passed out. And it was hard for them to get him out because he was the wrong way and the cord was around his head. So they had to cut it and push him out really fast. And his shoulder got stuck too when they got him out. So that's the story. You go back and watch that and I tell the story. I didn't tell it very well, but where did we go? Oh, right here. Peak dot.
Winstanza Mom says did the doc leave you a nice cut line? Mine is a bit crooked and looks like a smile. My doctor later complained that she should have cut me straighter. I thought, oh yes, that would have been nice.
I think yeah, it's pretty Ray R start anchor. Yeah, I don't know why that one didn't work.
Winstanza
I
Mom
haven't
says
looked at
vitamin
it.
E will help later with scarring. Remind her, or you could do that yourself in a few weeks though.
Wait, what does it think that this is? It's a ray dot peak dot. Ow, it's there. This is the one where it doesn't tell you, but it's there. Dot price, I think. Start anchor dot price. This is the one where for some reason the IntelliSense doesn't want to show you everything. But it exists. Minus, okay. Pivot height dot add this. Pivot width dot add. Now, how do we figure out how many bars? How do I do it on this one? Oh, I get the bar, the current bar. Pivot. Oh, it should actually be current bar minus pivot lows dot peak dot start anchor dot. Let's see if I can get Visual Studio to show it to me. Oh. Divided by tick size. Pivot. Oh, underscore pivot high price. Pivot high price minus pivot lows divided by tick size. I'm going to do this a different way. In high equals. Can I not do that? Well, we could do it as a double. Let's just look here in the height distribution. We were getting it. Did I do it as a double? Height. Double val. It's doubles. Fine. But do it live. Doesn't really matter. But na 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 na. Double.
Winstan's mom says Dr. Doom, Duper's Delight. I had not heard of Peter Schiff and went to Googling. I will tune in and see what he has to say also.
So well, yeah, the place that I originally heard about him was because he was talking a bunch during Occupy Wall Street, and then since then he's been doing a lot with talking about Bitcoin. Anyways,
Bot says gotta run. Sent you a PM in Discord. Have a great day all. Waving hand.
Bars to go. I think that's it. Oh, we could just do it as bars to go, I think. I think we can just do it like that. Okay. Oh, John sent me something in Discord. Oh, it's 8:14.
Winstan's mom says asterisk bots.
Yeah, I'll send you copies.
Winstan's mom says I was listening to Senator Whitehouse from Rhode Island on politics and prose, and he is very interesting in how frank he is about Dodd-Frank and the Dow-Buy bot.
Dodd-Frank? I'm not a fan. I think that eventually the Dodd-Frank will have to be
Duper's
removed.
Delight says he's violently anti-Bitcoin and pro-China, libertarian and anti-Trump.
Yeah. Yep. Good. Yep. Pivot low price.
Winstan's mom says the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act is a United States federal law that was enacted on July 21, 2010.
Yeah. I think they're going to have to change. I think that all the Volcker rule nonsense is going to have to go at some point. At some point, they're going to realize that the markets need those people to be making discretionary trades inside of there. Like at some point, everybody's going to get sick of the index fund thing. Like the index there's going to be a crash and all the index funds are going to go nuts and they're going to say, hey, it would be really nice if we had some, some big banks that were willing to place big bets on it's not so bad. It's going to happen. Okay. So can I do average of list? C# average of list. Oh, it's in the link, which we're already using.
Winstanza
Actually,
Mom
you know
says
what?
Senator Whitehouse seems to really dig into Citizens United, which took us down a really bad path back when we lived on the water in Florida. We were paying over $14,000 a year for insurance. Bad juju.
Citizens United, but then you're talking about insurance. That's a little bit of a jumping around. I think that Democrats really the thing that's so funny about that I've you know what? Oh, hold on. Let's do this. I don't want to get into that. I have something coming on, but maybe for another day. Average of pivot height. Okay.
Winstanza Mom says okay, listening now, and what exactly are you doing? Don't answer if it's distracting.
So we're doing some programming here. Average pivot rotation average bars, pivot rotation bar standard deviation. Ugh, I just forgot the name of it. I should have just copied it. Pivot rotation average bars of 0 equals average of pivot width. We'll do it like that. Average ticks, average bar. Oh yes, this right here. This should be 2. 3, 4. Okay. Please compile, please compile, please compile. Average does not exist in. All right. All right.
Winstanza Mom
I'm
says 16
adding.
watching now, and will everyone please take a second to hit like. Speculator Seth gets better channel analytics when he reaches around 15 likes. Thanks, everyone.
Well, it's it's an off day because it's the holiday, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. System.link. Oh, should I say enumerable.average? Let's try that. Yes. Enumerable.average. Okay. Oh, and then we got to go and change it down here. And save. Oh, it compiled. I think it compiled. Okay, so here's this.
Winstanza Mom says I am going to fix some breakfast and will check back in a bit later. Can
All
I
right, we'll
get
see.
anyone anything? I am thinking bagels and grapefruit, tea not coffee. See you in a bit.
I'll see you later. I might quit here in a bit. If this works, then we got to go and check something. Because I honestly. Okay. Stack empty. Interesting. Let's see where the error is exactly. Uh-huh. Oh. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay, I know what's wrong. Doesn't work for the first one. So. If pivot highs. Oops. Oh, I guess it's not pivot highs. Dot count. Yep. Greater than 0. Then we can do all this stuff. And similarly, if lows dot count is greater than 0. Da, 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 da. How come it didn't add the plots though? Oh, because I made them transparent. All right, all right. white. Whoa. Of course. So it did that because it wants them to be man, oh man. I don't even see the series that I want to see. What? So crazy. There we go. Where's the other one? Interesting. So there it is. Why is it telling me that the average is spot 09? So there's something wrong there. Okay, well, let's pull up here. I need to check up on something. You did not hear that. You did not hear that. I know what it is. I know what it is. Confirmed pivot high. Confirmed pivot low. We should just switch around. Minus this. There we go. Yes. I see. It only prints it out if it was the last value. Oh, so we should maybe fix that, but I'm doing it a bit. We're getting somewhere. It's interesting the way that it goes. It was also interesting to see it when I was using it as an average without, making the negative ones actually negative, that I was getting that oscillator sort of a thing. That's super cool. I wonder we could maybe look at that and do some studies and see what it's telling us. Also, probably shouldn't be using bar. Should probably be using a line. I just gotta move this over here, actually. Also, why didn't it, yeah, I did that. Average bar. Average bar. I think that I need to take that off.
Duper's Delight says watching Mark Douglas lectures. Priceless.
Oh, he has some lectures on YouTube that you can watch? I didn't know that. I was reading his book the other day. I should take a look at that. Hmm. May have to dig into this a little deeper here. Give me a second. That's different. There we go. So I think that I need to make this while I'm thinking about it. Is overlay false? Okay. No, they did not work.
Duper's Delight says there's stuff you wouldn't believe on YouTube.
That's interesting. Maybe it's this. Okay, we are good. Cool. I had to check for work to see if, because I think I'm supposed to be on call this week, but and they told me that they were going to put me on call today, but they did not. I think because it's President's Day. I did check and we're not working. So yeah. Man.
Masiak says could you explain how Jigsaw works, what the tables indicate, bid ask, price, etc.
Sure. Hold on
Duper's
one
Delight
second. Let's
says
try
like
this
Christopher
out.
Walken appearing on InfoWars.
Nice pivots. Okay. Come on. Come on. Plot is overlay. Oh, you know what? I think that it should be true. False. Give me just a second. Mexique, or however you say that. I will definitely. I love to talk about that. It's a common question, but I go through it every time. Every time. Come on. See, well, what I want is that to be in its own box. Wait. Oh, it won't even let me select the series. Lame. So lame. There we go. Like that. So weird. Okay, wait. set this here. Set this to be 0 here on the first bar. And then for every other bar, I'm going to put it equal to the previous bar. One. Cool. So I don't know why it's, oh, is that the other one? What is that line? Is that the standard deviation? Oh, is that the height? No, I don't know what that one is. I don't know what the deal is with that one. Okay, but it is good doing the average correctly, it seems. It'd probably be a little bit more, oh, you know what? It should be a rolling average, huh? There's a better way to do this. Okay, but let's answer the question first, okay? Why was I doing it that way? Oh well, I got you. All right, so, oh, actually, we can't do it that way. We have to make our own SMA. But I don't know if you can pass it a list like that. Oh, okay. So here's the jigsaw. You know, let me grab my pen here. Still with me, bud? Here. Okay. So this column.
Masiak says yes.
Make it bigger. Cool. All right. So this is the price, right? I actually have the column kind of like made smaller so that you can't see the whole price, right? So it's 131 even. The way that treasuries are priced is kind of weird because it's in like 64ths in 30 seconds. So the ZB it's in 30 seconds, right? When you get to 31, then it goes to 0. Okay? And then in the 10-year, where it's the same thing, but it's halves. 30, 30 half, 31, 31 half, evens. But you know, that's not too significant of a detail. But just people always wonder that's the thing that always confuses people is the price panel. So that's the price panel. Okay, this right here is the volume profile. So that is how much volume has traded at each individual price over the session so far. Okay. This right here is buyers, and this right here is sellers. So these are limit orders sitting up on the exchange waiting to be filled. Okay. So you got 662 or so people looking to buy 31 and 1,128 looking to sell 31 half. Okay. And in the middle here, these are the market buy orders hitting into those limits. And these are the market sell orders hitting into these buy limits. Okay. So something that we can do is we can say, okay, there was 662 limit orders to buy at 31. 692 orders hit it, and it is still bid 310. So there is some sort of an iceberg, or buyers want to buy more at 31 than what they are currently showing. And that's essentially what we're looking at, is when the volume hits, do we get more or less than what was there? If we hit it, if they were to hit 31 half and 500 traded and it ticked up, then that would be like, oh, okay. All of those orders at 31 half pulled. And that's basically how we make our rate. Okay. This middle column, Don't worry about it too much, but it is just like the last order that went through. What was it? So the last trade that happened was a 1 lot. Okay. This column right here is just my notes. So I put in significant prices that I've seen, opening range high, this bull bear zone thing that we've calculated, previous high. And then in this column right here, that is like if I put an order in, it shows me where I am in the queue, or it estimates where I am in the queue. And then if I get filled, then it will just tell me how much money I make at each price. So that's the gist of it. How do we want to do this average rotation? So we're going to do it with an SMA. Can I do an SMA on a list, though? I don't think I can. Eric Cages, thank you
Eric
for the
Cages says
explanation.
thank you for the explanation, Seth. Now tell me, how do I become handsomely rich using this information?
Okay, so here's what you do. You set this up. Yeah, put up the 5-year, the 10-year, the 30-year, and then the E-mini at the very least. And if you can fit them on your screen, then maybe put on the Ultra 30-year or the 2-year. Okay. And then watch it. Look at particularly what's happening on the inside price. How much trades? Does it stack or pull when it ticks up? When it ticks up, does something change at these other prices further out? When there's a really big order like this 131,040, there's 4,536, which is significantly more than anywhere else. Does price act differently when it gets there? And keep meticulous notes. You notice something that seems weird to you, start taking notes about it, and take in your notes, mark down what that price was, and then what happened afterwards. Like just assume that you took a trade from there. How many ticks would it go against you, and how many ticks would it go in your favor? And keep meticulous notes about that. About pick 1 or 2 things that you find unusual, that you think happen, maybe 3 or 4 times a day. Okay, and track that for 2 weeks. And then at the end of 2 weeks, look at your notes and do some statistical analysis of it in like Excel or something like that. And you can say, okay, so how often do we actually end up moving up after that? And how often do we actually end up moving down after that? And when we do, how many ticks against me do I get? And how many ticks in favor do I get? And so forth. And you can use that information to then determine a trade that you want to take on it. And you will know, based on the data that you have, what your average risk needs to be, what your average reward should be, how often you should be winning, etc., etc. And that's how you use that information to become handsomely rich. But you might not get handsomely rich. You just might be marginally profitable. Depends on how good of a signal it is that you end up finding. But that's how you use it. All right, so back to this thing. Why does it not? So if I just make this average ticks transparent, okay. So this standard deviation line is not, did I not calculate that one? Pivot rotation average bars. Pivot rotation average bars. Why is it always 0? ticks, bars, Dave. Let's add these other two plots that we need. Standard deviation. So to summarize, buy low, sell high, and vice versa. More complicated than that. Wish that it was as simple as buy sell high and sell low, or buy low and sell high. What is the difference in counting between the total volume and the total number of contracts taken on the bid and ask side? Good question. So when we talk about like 1,284 sold into 31 to make a go offer, what that means is that 1,284
Eric Cages
market
says,
sell
"Thank you,
orders.
Seth." So to summarize, buy low, sell high, and vice versa.
I need to close
Masiak
this.
says, "Thank you. What is the difference?"
I always screw that up. We run out of YouTube runs out of requests at around this time of day, and then we can't use the text to speech thing anymore. So sorry about that. And then what happens is it'll run out, and then I'll try like 20 times, and then it will give me one last one, and it'll start reading those all out. So that's why I just closed it. Okay. So what 1,284 sold, that means that 1,284 market sell orders hit into 1,284 limit buy orders at 31. So the number of buyers and sellers net is the same. The number of buyers and sellers is always the same. Okay. But what we want to know is we're basically looking at the balance between market buy and sells, right? Like when you add all of the orders up together, they're the same. But the number of market buy orders is not equal to the number of market sell orders. And so that's kind of where we're looking is which side is using the market orders more and pushing through price, essentially. And if there's a lot of market orders hitting in, then and the market orders are winning, then they will push price. And if they don't, the limit orders are winning, then price might hold, and then you might end up seeing market orders going the other way and pushing it the other way. Okay. So, but 1,284 sold, but then 11 bought back into it, trying to buy it back up. Right. So that 1123, ends up getting added onto the profile there. That makes sense. But I think the thing that, the question that you're really trying to get at, or not trying to get at, but the piece of information that you need to know is that really what we're looking at is the four forces: limit buy, limit sell, market buy, market sell. And what is the balance between those four forces? Because that is basically supply and demand, but there's not just supply and demand, there's buy, supply and demand, and there's sell, supply and demand. And by watching those four forces, there are some situations in which we can determine that something's going to happen. For instance, we can see if there was a really big rush. Something that I will look at is if there was a lot of market buy orders and they were able to push price very quickly, several prices. You can get a situation where all of the market makers have bought in and price will flip for at least 2 to 4 ticks. It's a pretty good strategy. It has a bad drawdown, but it works pretty well. And that's the sort of a thing that we're looking at, right? So that balance between them. Okay, back to this. I want to know why. Oh. Oh, no, wait. We fixed that, didn't we? Okay. So, if I get rid of these, remove, apply, and then I will add it back in just because that affects the these right here, the plots. Okay, so you see it didn't add it there. That's not right. So that must mean that we didn't build it. So let's just check in here, make sure we got everything. Average ticks, average bar. This right here. Oh, you know what? Okay. So that's what we need to debug. Okay. Just this pivot lows dot peak dot start anchor dot bars ago must be returning 0. So we'll come into here and we'll put a breakpoint there. Indicators. Rice pivots. Okay, start anchor dot bars ago. Come on. Zero. And it won't let me. Okay. We need to change this a little bit. Okay. McDonald's adhering to bullish channel. Cool. The sum of fill contracts on the bid and offer side is not equal to the total volume of a given session. Well, so if you took all of the market orders on the buy side and the sell side and added them. Oh, actually, no, I think I understand what you're talking about. So do you notice here, price is where it was, but the numbers are different on the inside. So if price ticks down and it stays down for more than like a second and a half, then when it ticks back up, this column right here gets reset. This value right here gets reset. So when it resets like that, that allows me to see how many contracts did it actually take for them to lift the bid or the offer, right? There's another column that you can add here called bid profile column and ask profile column. And what these will do, if we can watch some volume come through here, we have to wait for an order. Super slow. Okay, so two sold. So now you will see these will be, if you added these two columns up, then they would equal to the profile. Make sense? But this column inside here resets when it ticks up and down. Wish it wasn't such a slow day. It would be a lot easier to see that. But okay. Debug. Attached process. Ninja Trader. He says thank you. Cool. Okay. A. Where's A? A. There we go. It says bar index 2. Okay. Time. Wonder why bars ago is 0, but bar index. Slot index. Drawn on bar 4. And what is current bar? 6. So we should use drawn on bar.
Connection lost.
A dot drawn on bar. And so it should be current bar minus that. Refresh this. Cool. So now we got to figure out a way to make this not non. Man, how do we put it? It's because it's giving us the average for like the whole day, and we really need to make it a moving average. I'm just thinking about buying this platform if it will improve my trading effectiveness. Now I use multi-charts. What do you think about this platform? So I've never used multi-charts. So it's going to depend on a couple of different things, okay? One of the big things is what kind of trading do you want to do? What is your time horizon and the amount that you're willing to risk and so on and so forth. So what I really am doing is very much scalping, which means that I'm taking like one rotation in the E-mini, which is at most 8 to 12 ticks. I'm doing it in micros lately. So I'm not risking a whole lot because I'm just, I'm day trading. And so for day trading, the order flow ends up being really, really important. Really, really important. And so these kinds of things that you would see on the DOM, on these DOMs here, is really important because it's pretty much what's going to determine the next 8 ticks. Okay. But if you want to trade with a higher time frame where you maybe hold something all day or even several days, then the order flow can help you optimize your entries, but they're not going to tell you a whole lot about what's going to happen next hour or whatever the deal is, right? May 6 says I earn best on scalping. Okay. So I would be careful with that. So one thing that I see happen a lot that kind of always concerns that I'm always, not that I'm saying that this is what you're doing, but it's just something that I see so often that I think it's worth mentioning, is that people will scalp where they are taking on more risk than their reward is. So for instance, maybe I'm going for 4 ticks in MES, but I'm allowing it to go 8 ticks against me before I hit my stop. And when you do that, you'll get a period of time where you seem to do really well because you're going to win most of the time and you'll get streaks. But then when you come onto a day where you lose a lot more and it comes down. And over the long run, over a course of a couple of months, then you realize, oh, actually, this doesn't have a positive expectancy. We often will kind of lie to ourselves. Well, not lie to ourselves, but we often will think, oh, that's just my impulsiveness. I'm not doing the right thing. But it is, in fact, that your risk reward is skewed. So if you're scalping, I think that you should always have at least equal risk reward. I'm taking I'm risking 4 ticks to get 8 in ES. Okay. So what my risk reward is 2 to 1. My reward is 2 times what my average risk is. And then if I'm able to maintain a win rate above 40-45%, then I make money. Right? So because it's easier to trade on a higher time frame. That is when you know what are the things affecting a particular instrument and you have a fundamental and you got some longer term swing setups on it, those actually tend to be easier to trade. Not easier to trade, but more profitable and so on and so forth, because you don't have to worry about them just going out to stop you out all the time. Okay? Whether you're right or not is much more to do with your analysis, whereas when you're scalping, it's a little bit more random. There's a lot more chance involved in it. Okay, so be careful with that. But if you are scalping, then yeah, the order flow tools can help you. But now here's the other thing, is that we're talking about probably the most difficult way to trade. Okay, you're not going to be able to look at the DOM and just write down a couple of rules and be trading well in a couple of days or anything like that. This is something where you watch the DOM for years, literally years, and then maybe if you keep good notes and you work hard, maybe you will have something that kind of works. It's difficult because you're talking about a market one of the most efficient markets in the world, and you're trading on a short time frame, which is very, very competitive. And so it's hard to find an edge in there, and it takes a lot of time. Okay. So I don't want to tell you that if you go out and you buy Jigsaw, then you're going to be profitable right away, and it's going to be awesome, and you're going to make so much more money than you did. No, because you got to put in the work, and it's hard to trade with the DOM. But I do not see how people trade without it, because there's so much information you're missing out on without a good DOM. So, I don't know a whole lot about multi-charts. First thing I would look at is, do they have a DOM? What did they show on their DOM? That sort of a thing. And yeah, but I really like Jigsaw. I talk about why I prefer Jigsaw to other platforms a lot in the video called "What is the best futures trading software platform?" on my channel. So I would encourage you to go check that out. I have an affiliate link in there, so if you do decide to buy it and you use the affiliate link, it helps the channel out a lot. Or if you have a friend that uses Jigsaw, they can give you a referral, and that's really nice too, because then your friend gets money. It's like $15 or something like that to refer you. And yeah, that's about it. But I don't want to say usually, the platform is not going to be the thing that makes you successful or not, right? It's going to be the strategy. But, Jigsaw's DOM can allow you to find some strategies that are very good on short time frames that you wouldn't be able to see otherwise. I only play S&P 500 using 5-minute, 15-minute, and DOM. Wow. Yeah, I think that if you're only trading the S&P 500 on that kind of a time frame, that you would find the tools in Jigsaw very useful. So, I don't know if there's a demo for Jigsaw, but it's worth taking a look at. I don't know. I always kind of want to see tell you everything that you need to know as to whether it's applicable to you, because it's not cheap stuff, you know? It's not cheap stuff. So, anyways, how do you do it? Can you do this average on like a... Okay, wait a second. Oh, here we have it. Enumerable average. Can we do a enumerable moving average? Might be able to do like a subset or something. Moving average of list. Mm-hmm. Calculating it as you go. Oh, John says my trip got canceled due to weather. Cool. I mean, not cool, but is it snowing really bad over there? Oh, okay. February 29th. Well, I had to check to see if I had to do anything for work today, but it looks like I don't, so we can sit and program this. So here I have two what do we say, plots here for the two it's not snowing here, but at the destination it is. I gotcha. I got plots here for the average of the price, length, and the amount of time in between them. So now the question is, I assume that you actually really want some sort of a moving average, right? Could make it a moving average, or we could just leave it and have it be the average for the whole chart. You're going to see some things that are going to, you can see how when the session changes. Well, yeah, you say yes, just only the numbers. We'll have the plots underneath. Or, sorry, what we'll do is we'll make the plots transparent, and then we'll draw the numbers somewhere else afterwards. But we want to have it as a plot data series because that makes it flexible, But do you want the average for the whole chart? Or do you want it to be a moving average of some sort? Because I don't know if the data from the previous day, like for instance right here, I don't know if that's the entire chart based on days look back. Okay. Well, fine. So I'm trying to figure out, let me show you. Do you remember which property it is? Because I was trying to make it so that if we take that off and we put it back on, price pivots, click OK. It puts them way down here. Then I have to move it, which is annoying. So I'm wondering what the right property is. So let's just try these ones. Let's say is overlay fault and display in data box and drawn price panel. All these faults. Faults. Change your auto scale to false. Well, yeah, you could do that too, but no, it's how do you get it to draw on a different panel? There's a way. There's one of those settings changes whether it draws up here or here. Price pivots. auto scale faults, overlay. See, I think it's the is overlay is true. We used a square wave that only plotted 1, 0, and -1 for whether the pivot was a positive or a negative pivot. Don't understand. Those dogs, I should probably go and get them out here in a second. See, here is overlay is false. Display in data box. Determines if plots display in the chart data box. Oh, yes. You want that to be true. Draw on price panel. Determines the chart panel. The draw object renders. Should be false, right? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. You used that. Are you saying that you had some little thing that so if you do this, no, that doesn't work. The draw on price panel. Oh, well, that'll just tell me that, right? Oh no, wait. Display in data box. That's cool. Draw on price panel determines the chart panel. The draw object renders. What does that? Okay, let's make me figure out which draw on price panel. Returns true if the indicator paints draw objects on the price panel. Otherwise, when false, draw objects are painted on the actual indicator panel itself. Default is set to true. Dynamically. Okay. Draw objects now paint on the indicator panel itself. Should probably be true. And we'll go in and set auto. Okay. Is auto scale equals false. Is there a correlation between bonds and the S&P 500? Absolutely, there is. The correlation is generally inverse. Bonds tend to move up when the E-mini is moving down and vice versa. But it's not 100%. And it kind of depends on the situation. You know, like, for instance, if the Federal Reserve is going to be really, really easy, then it's possible that bonds will move up and treasury and the equities will move up because equities like that the Federal Reserve is going to be easy. So, I mean, I know what it's going to do with that one, right? If I add it. I put auto scale false, right? That's not what it should. Now, what to do right here is, oh, where is it? Is auto scale equals false. Hello, my Russian friend that I cannot pronounce the name of. Man, But I don't want it. I don't want it to I don't want it to do this. Oh, okay. There you go. That's not what I'm talking about. I want the indicator to draw in its own indicator panel down at the bottom. Why isn't it doing that? Is it not possible to do that? I hate how in Ninja Trader it always seems like it's the simplest things that should be easy to do are the ones that always trip me up. That I waste tons of time on. Apply. Okay. See, now auto scale is off. But I want this here like this. What do I got to do to get that to go into its own panel? Let's go to the add plot method. Maybe there's a way in there. Determines if the plots used in an indicator are configurable within the indicator dialog window. Displacement, plot brushes, plots. It is possible if all of the pivot items are your drawing objects and your plotted lines are set to draw on price panel false. So you're saying that because I'm drawing up in here, it automatically does that? So if somebody I want to make it so that these are by default. I want to make it so that these are hidden by default. And then if I go into the indicator and change it, then they'll show up down here. I don't want to have to drag, click and drag them. Yeah, I'm lost. Anyways, I guess we're just gonna make these transparent. Anyways, so. Because I don't know how else to do it. So now. Oh, yeah, so enumerable. Does that enumerable have enumerable not yeah. Is there not a built-in function? Do you use yesterday's close, previous day? I don't think that yesterday's close is as important of a number as many people do. I think that where it opened at today is the most important number, especially for short-term time frames, and that's because where we opened at for today is where you can calculate everybody's positions are from. And if we cross that line, everybody that was profitable, so far on the day going long is now all of a sudden not profitable. And so that's why that number matters so much. Not that I would ignore yesterday's close. It's just not as important. Yeah. But, if there's a gap or whatever, there's usually a pretty good chance that we'll fill the gap, for instance. So yeah, that's how I use it. Standard deviation in link, maybe? Here's the single pass-through one. For the normal standard deviation. Okay, fine. Fine. That dog. Oh my gosh. Okay. Hold on a second. Let me go take care of the dog. I'm so into him. All right. Okay. We're back. Still with me? You still with me? All right. Didn't like any of that. Oh, why did it, Make says, yes, I'm still in. All right. Dun, 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 dun. stdev. Right here. Pivot. Rotation. Oh, man, what did we call them? Okay. 0. Pivot rotation. Standard deviation equals stdev. No. Probably we need to rename it. Oh. My standard deviation. Because if we just use stddev, right? I can use a series, iSeries. Well, let's come back in here and double check here. Maybe we can use iSeries. Interface that manage historical data, used for indicator. So you can't just like add things to a series, and we don't want to add one for every bar. Indicators except iSeries. Maybe there's a better way to do it, but anyways, we're going to do it this way. My standard deviation, pivot height, and this one 0 equals my standard deviation, pivot width. Okay. I thought we were just counting the ticks between each pivot high and the next pivot low, and then counting how many of those rotations we had. Sorry, how many of those rotations we had? I'm not sure what you mean, John. We're just getting the standard deviation of this thing now. Oh. Zero. Like we have everything that we need, all the numbers that we need. Then it'll just be like how to display it, right? To calculate the average, you need to know how many rotations you have counted, then to calculate the average. Yes. But I'm what we're doing is we're putting it in every time that we get a rotation. Every time that we get a rotation, I'm putting into a list how big that rotation was and into a list. And so I can calculate how many I know how many rotations there are by looking at the count of the list. And so I can just pass that list into these methods, this enumerable average and this standard deviation that we just created down here to get this statistical data out of that list. Sorry if I didn't explain that at first. That's how we were doing it. How many items are in your list? The number of pivots. Or not the number of pivots. It'd be like the number of pivots minus one, right? Because the first pivot doesn't count. But the number of rotations. It'll be equal to the number of rotations. It wants us to be outside of all that. Oh my gosh, I've run into this before. So you take that number to get your average. Yeah. Every time that there's a pivot, let's go back here. Every time that a pivot is confirmed, assuming that there was a previous pivot low, so which means that there's been an actual rotation, we calculate the width and height of that rotation. That's this bit right here. Okay. Yep. Down rotation equals previous last confirmed high minus last confirmed low. Yeah. And for the height, they're opposite of each other. You can see. So that the number is always a positive number. Mm-hmm. Okay. The same, yeah. Yep. Doing all of that. We're just storing it in more efficient data structures. Do you want to be able to get them differently for down for downswings versus upswings? Because that code that you're sending to me right now sounds like it would be different for upswings or downswings. Mm-hmm. Oh, you know what? What happened to our... Okay, so that'll change a few things. Gonna change all these back to white. Russia's dot white. And this one, Russia's dot white smoke, maybe. And then this one will be dot blue. Oops. Oh, how about sky blue? Light sky blue. Russia's dot deep sky blue. Oh, that's right. How have I done this before? I always forget like some of the most basic C# stuff. I'm just not very good at that, sort of like remembering that sort of stuff. Where is... Oh, I know why. There we go. I have a mode on my keyboard to disable the Windows key and it wasn't working. Bin custom indicators, git bash, grep static star. That's the only place that I use it. Must be defined in a non-generic static class. Do I need to put it... Can I put it outside of the namespace? Oh, you know what? No. I didn't even... Yeah. Don't need to use all these generics. Oh, it wants them to be doubles. That's funny. And we might as well. Double. It double. Blood with. One error. four error messages. Okay. Cool. Hmm. Okay, so now if you click in here. Oh, maybe. There you go. You will get the values. Even if I disable them, right? Transparent. Cool. And in here. Oh, it won't. Doesn't show them because they're. True, auto scale, false. I would like it to tell me by clicking in there, but remote. I guess not. Okay, but we want them to print anywhere. So John, where do you want it? Where do you want the numbers to show up? Upper left hand corner. Can it be optional? Absolutely can be optional. Absolutely will be optional. And even if you turn auto scale off, it still does that crazy. Okay. And then when you're down in here, then it will tell you. I wish that it would show me those numbers up here. You know what I mean? Because what you're saying is like, I want to see if it's changed. Great. Well, it would be nice. have this down here and just do that, and then, okay, I can see now that the price that it has increased, or, oh, okay. Or to be able to just click it here and watch it change. There's got to be a way to do it. There's got to be a way to do it. But we will have it up here. By the way, shouldn't there be a... Okay, well, whatever. Okay, so for this part, I think that we need a draw method. I think that we do. Sure. Why not use this one? Where were we using? Oh, we were using it here in this one. Okay, so we already have text. There's the font, yeah. Sharp DX, direct white. Blah, 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 blah. No. Where does a render target come from? I don't remember anything about drawing stuff. Origin, text, brush. Okay. So I think that we need that line. And I think that we need this line. Core.global, direct right factory. Close that. Sharp DX. Factory string, text format. Now, isn't there in here like a using Sharp DX? Perhaps. Text rendering. There we go. Text format. Oh, don't we have a text format up here? Oh, we have the font. Define the point for the text to render. Okay, so text format should probably be okay. Do you have the AWX economic news indicator? No, definitely don't. I do kind of wish that we had an easier thing to do. Well, here, let's go in here on render. Oh, I do it in profile column. Well, let's use that one as our guide. Draw profile. That's what I think we need. And that's a much more clear series of stuff. SF.size. Where did SF come from? Search up. Oh, simple font. GUI tools. Simple font. Is that this thing up here? Yes. So we use that same thing. Is that okay? We'll use the same one. Text alignment. Okay. T1 equals needed text layout. Mm-mm-mm. chart panel.h. Oh man, I don't remember that I had all this stuff in there that I had. Okay. Well, I thought that class had been cleared up, but apparently not. Text format was new. Text format, globals, font family. You know what? We could use a much more simple text format. Sure, let's just steal their code. Okay. The way that I was doing it in that other one was kind of funky. Color white. Total number of days on the chart. You want the total number of days on the chart? I have to see if that property is available. Let's just try that. Well, it says that it built. Cool. Oops. Wait. Does it? Yes, 30 days or 5 days or 10 or however many they try. Okay, hold on. Let's fix this first and then. Okay. 0. 0. And this bit right here. Start point. Chart panel.x. Chart panel.y plus 25, I think. Sweet. Plus days. So what is it called in here? Days to load. Might be available. Actually, I think it is. Bars not day count. Okay. Hmm. Okay, wow. It's only telling us the most recent one, not the... Okay, it's not giving us the most recent one. Oh, wait, how many days does it say is in there? Days 1? There is more than one day on this data series. There's 5. Oh, that's not it at all. Okay. Something like that. Says that that's out of... Oh, right. That's dumb. So if there is one element in there, then this will be 1. Minus 1 is 0. Okay. Why are we doing that? This is like probably an embarrassingly bad bug, but when we get there, it's going to be like, Seth, you should have known. Okay. Count is 0. Oh. 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 Yeah, see, it was dumb. It's not that we need to know the number of bars in the chart. It's that there needs to have been like an actual rotation. If pivot rotation average bars is greater than 0. Hope it gives me an error. Average bars not count greater than 0. Duh. Index was out of range. What do you mean? And Ninja Trader crashed. Funny stuff. Funny stuff, guys. I don't know why it's giving me that, because it count minus 1 should count. I don't. On bar 1379. Okay. Is the error still there? It says it is. $10.39 minus 1. Oh. Wait, what? What? Wait, what? Pivot, rotation, average, bars, dot count. But it says that there's not anything actually in there. In fact, it says that the count is 0. And watch. Like, what the heck? But then that says average ticks. Dot count, it says, is 0. How is that possible? Eric K just says, long stream today. Yeah. I'm determined to get it. That is so effing weird.
Connection lost.
Can't for the life of me imagine. Sometimes this sort of a thing takes a really long time. You know what? Why are we even doing that? Pivot, rotation, average ticks of 0. Right? Pivot rotation average bars of 0. Why am I doing it like that? I don't, but that's what I had before and it was giving me 0. Okay, this thing right here, let's try and fix this. Bars dot oh, we had that in here, didn't we? Days to load. Freaking epic pen. Oh gosh dang it, I closed the window. My medication is worn off. Hmm. Fine. We'll do that. That's kind of a hack, but it'll work. Okay. So now it tells me the correct number of days. But why is ticks 0 and bars 0? Maybe it is that. Man, I don't even know if that bit up there top matters, but okay. Okay, so the footprint does stuff like this. Let's look at how the footprint does it. Chart bars. Try that. I don't know if that's a thing, but. Can we not access the value of the indicator from within that location? I'm still really confused as to why that one right there, average bars dot count, gives me a correct count, but then this does not. Because then when it comes down there, it says it's 0. How is that a thing? Let's try NinjaTrader access series from on render. Access series value from on render. Oh, look. Yes, that's what I get. Oh, get value at. So does that mean that I should do ticks dot get value at current bar? Like that? Ah. Ah. We can truncate that. C# double round. Okay. Math dot round. Come on, digits. 2. We'll try that. Cool. Fact. Don't even need that much. We'll just do 1. color dot slate gray. Slate gray was probably too extreme. Oh. Wait. Dot slate gray. Oh, how do you set that? Well, let's try silver. Cool. Tick spars stays. Okay, well, that's what you wanted, right, John? We just, this was 25. Let's just add a little bit less. 3, maybe? Five. And 20. And 10. Oh, it's 11. It's Arial, it's 11. I was like, there must be a different font because it's not doing it. No, it was 11. Okay. You know what? I don't think we really need these spaces right here. Okay. The average is 19 on this chart, huh? Surprised, but now I'm wondering, can I do what did we have before? It was like chart bars dot two indexed or something like that. Yeah. What happens if we do that? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Isn't that cool? Hey, can you see that, John? Put 30 days back and see what it is. So here, look, you can scroll back and the numbers up there change based on what is on the right side of your chart. I'm so proud of myself. And it's so smooth, like the way that it updates and everything. Anyways, you want 30 days on there? 30 days. 30 days. 24 actually. See, this is a good example though of where statistics can deceive you, right? Because the average, well, once you've gone out 30 days, the average goes out to 24, right? But let's see here. Let's see if I can get this out. C# mode from list. See, this enumerable has an average. But it doesn't have the median or mode. Okay. Int question mark mode value equals final group by order by first or default. I think that I can do this. I'll show you here. Switch to NQ now. I'm just telling you, that's a dangerous stat. So look, if we add back on our little thing down here. Height distribution profile. Okay. Okay, so it says that the average is 87 ticks in NQ. All right. Okay. What does that tell you? 87. The average right here, 87. Where is it? 87. Right where I've got the cursor is 87. Is that really where you want to put your target or your stop? If we did the mode, then we'd probably get 38. See what I mean? Average in this particular case, not very useful. Yep. But the average will tell you, is it going up or down? And that's why it's so cool that we got this thing working, is because it shows you that the number that it prints out over in the top left is what's at the right of the chart. So that's super cool. I think that'll be useful for you. Oh, we should make it optional, huh? Let's fix that. Series. We should do a couple of things here. Okay, so this, for instance, for starters, does it give value at? Yeah, it should be like that. It's great. The average should be greater than 0, right? Maybe not. Yeah, I think that's the way we want to do it. Okay. And then I think I don't see one in there. I don't see a thing created, so I'm just gonna make one. Public bool draw stats. Get set. Don't sweat the turn off option. No, we should do it. And draw stats. Da, 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 da. Should we make the mode? Do you want to see the mode or do you not care? Because I don't care. I mean, the mode's not. This is where I'm like, this is a number that doesn't change very often. That's not really going to change. What's your take on the 2-year note? Is it a good instrument to trade? I'm looking into it and it seems decent. The mode is where it is the majority of the time, right? It is the number that occurs most frequently. The most. It's the number that occurs the most. That's why I got this little. Where did it just go? Did I close it? Right. Yeah, we could add that if you want. That particular number, though, probably won't change often. If at all. If ever. Will probably almost always be 8 on the E-mini. Like the volume mode equals most volume traded at that price. Yeah, like the volume mode would be like the volume is the same thing as the volume point of control. Do we need to discuss this statistics again? Average. Average. Average is the sum of all elements divided by the count. I don't know. I don't know how you. There's a mathematical way to show that. Definition of average using sum. Well, anyways, it's not showing me the exact thing. But basically, we take all of the numbers and we add them all together, and we divide by the count, and that's the average, right? The mode is which one occurs the most. And the mean could be, maybe you have something like this. The mean will just be 1, 2, well, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it'll be, the mean will be 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you just divide the number of samples in there by 2, and then count over till you get to it. And it'll be the very middle, the middlemost element in the whole data set. Mean is not, but mean is not on its own very useful, but like if you look at the mean and the mode, sorry, this is not the mean, this is the median. If the mean and the median are different, there are things that you can do with that, I believe. That's good to know, but you've got that covered in the other indicator you've built. Yes, I was using the average just as a gauge of what the current rotations are, but looking at the average, meaning if the average is 16 and we're seeing is 8s and 10s, the rotations are below average. Yeah. I mean, I suppose you could use it that way. I think the way that this particular one would be useful is to just see if the number is increasing or decreasing, to say whether the latest rotations are expanding range or contracting range. But it's the distribution of this sort of stuff is always a tail, right? It's always going to look like this. Do it black. It's always going to look like this. Right? Which means that this one, which in ES is 8, and then this one is 12, and then everything after that is much less common, right? But because the tail is so fat, the average, 24, ends up being over here. So, if you want to know, are the rotations that we're looking at bigger or smaller than average? It's not really a useful thing, but what you would want to say is what is the mode, and then how far are we from the mode? If we're under the mode, then it's really slow. Yeah. Well, anyways, it's almost 11 o'clock, and we got that. So let me just send over what we got. Tools, export, and I'll have John test it, and then if it works, he'll put it in the downloads channel, or when we have them in a good spot, rather. So indicators, price pivots. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, here it is. These three. Yes. Okay. So there it is. I think that's it. So sorry for boring you guys all to death, but we got it worked out. Holiday programming session. Price pivots. Live day trading features. The 17th. All right. So that's all in the 1-zip file. Yep. The price, it's going to have the price pivots, the price histogram, the bars histogram, so how far apart they are, how many bars in between pivots, rather. And then it's also going to include range and range histogram, because they use each other. So, yeah. Yep. Anyways, I should get going. I will see you guys tomorrow, and we'll do real trading. And in the meantime, stay profitable.